Well, a very good morning and a warm welcome to Strzegom for the next leg of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup series here in Poland, a venue that is so well versed in hosting top-class competition. Regular venue for a number of the Young Rider and Junior European Championships, but also, of course, hosted the Senior European Championships back in 2017. Great aerial shots there of Marcin Konowski's cross-country course that we will see our competitors take on tomorrow. We'll be bringing you, of course, live action of the jumping phases tomorrow, the cross-country, and Sunday, the final show jumping phase. But for now, we will focus our attentions on the dressage. It is pretty warm out in Poland, just shy of 30 degrees, but some cloud out there as well, and lots of shade. You can see all of those trees around the grounds really do provide some nice cloudy conditions, shady conditions for our horse and rider combinations when required. So, what have we got in store for you today? Well, 36 combinations in the lineup. We'll be focusing, as I say, on the dressage phase. We've got 5 teams in the Nations Cup: Poland, Sweden, Germany, Australia and France will be the 5 nations fielding teams here in Strzegom this weekend. And all of those team riders will come in the final 2 sessions of dressage. So 4 sessions of dressage, and the final 2 of those focus on the team competition. We'll be getting underway with Jan Kaminski down the centre line at 9:30 local time. So wherever in the world you are tuning in from, delighted to have you with us. We'll be with you every step of the way, as I say, over the next couple of days. In terms of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup standings overall, we've had 3 legs thus far. Montelibretti in Italy, Mill Street in Ireland, and Avanche in Switzerland just a couple of weeks ago. It is actually Switzerland who lead the way, equal with Italy on 180 points. Australia 140 points in third, and they are the best placed of all of the combinations, all of the teams here this weekend who could really pose a threat to the top of that team leaderboard. Sweden fielding a team in the Nations Cup series this year for the first time, but also great to see a really strong team from the home nation. Poland, a good opportunity for us to see many of their Olympic hopefuls before, of course, the Olympic Games in just a few short weeks. And Jan Kaminski, this man who will actually be on the team with his long-time campaigner Jard a little bit later on. We'll see him, but comes forward first of all with unknown flying object. This 14-year-old. Yeah, so much experience. for Poland at the very top level. We'll touch on that in a second. Let's just welcome our ground jury. At C, Seppo Lane from Finland, and at B, Katarina Konowska for Poland. Both two officials who have had so much experience at the very top level have appeared on the ground jury at the 5-star level, and we're in very safe hands with them this weekend. So just a slight loss of balance at the end of that first show of extension. It is the FEI Dressage Test D, the 4-star level, and actually that's a new test that's been developed this year. It's quite a quick test, so you might notice they go through it relatively quickly, just 6 minutes 30 in between riders. And it's an extended trot is their first opportunity to really impress the judges. Jan, who represented Poland at the last Olympic Games in Tokyo with Jard, the horse that he comes forward on later. Also went to the World Championships in Protoni, wasn't able to compete there unfortunately, but has been to the European Championships in Le Moulin back in 2019 as well. Unknown Flying Object comes here off the back of a good top 15 finish in Sopot in the 4-star long format earlier on in the year, so is qualified as a potential contender for the Olympic Games, but not quite as experienced, this mare would imagine. That we'll see Jard being his key campaigner. So trending 37.3 at the moment, which is actually above where this combination have scored in their last few 4-star tests, previously a 42.5 and a 41. Just got in a bit of a muddle there in the flying change. Just rushed through it. It did come up for them, I think, but unfortunately just changed back, and that's going to be quite costly, especially because in this test both of the flying changes have a coefficient of 2, so marked out of 10, that mark gets awarded twice. So if you get an 8, you get 2 8s, but if you get a 4, you get 2 4s. And then of course, slightly better change that way, but you can see the mare just getting quite tense. And as I say, this is quite a quick test, so the hook comes up very quickly after the second of those changes. And the collective mark, harmony of athlete and horse, a coefficient of 2 once again, so out of 230 points in total. And we'll see Jan Kaminski a little bit later on with the second of his rides, Jard as well. Unknown Flying Object. This mare, 11 years of age, as I say. Actually, Hanoverian bred by Rolf Nuppel, by Uccello. Owned now by Bita Korychka. So brilliant to see the 5 different teams coming forward. Poland, as I say, Sweden, Germany, Australia and France, and a couple of really interesting combinations lining up for the Australian team. Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos combination, who took the individual bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago, and actually Kevin McNabb and Scuderia 1980. Don Kidan was on that team with him that took an Australian team silver at those games. Big weekend for them. So, is at C in the C test. Actually, this one I think those flying changes are a little bit kinder. They get a little bit more opportunity to get their horses straight. And when you do get a good change, you can really show them off to the judges. That was a very nice test from Peter Flaurup. No team for Finland in the Olympic Games. I would imagine that this man is hoping to head to the Games to compete as an individual. I will just double check that qualification, those individual nations that have got qualification places, and that is confirmed. So Finland also have one place. Denmark and Finland took the individual spots from Group A. Group B, Spain and Austria. Group C, Lithuania and Hungary. Groups D and E, Chile, Argentina and Ecuador actually have 2 individual allocations. Group F, South Africa and Morocco both can send 1 athlete, and Group G, China can send 2.
53 in the Strzegom Nations Cup last year to Van Helsing and H Blake. The Paris Olympic horse there for the USA. Yes, hot form it was too in that Nations Cup year.
And actually, Finland also gets an additional spot as well through being one of the highest ranked non-qualified nations. So surely we'll see Peter in a few weeks' time in Paris. Now we turn our attentions to Veera Manninen and Sir Greg for Finland. Just update you on a couple of those original scores. 32.1 for Peter Flaurup. And Fascination, he's just completed his test. That's just been amended to 32.3. At 44.8 for Jan Kaminski, unknown flying object. So Veera Manninen now coming forwards for Finland. See this flying change. Looked clean from the front on view. And actually, because there's only 2 judges, we don't have a judge with a side on view in this test, just the 2 on the end of the arena. Lovely change. Really kept the rhythm. Just get quite long in the contact. At times just gets a little bit low and drops his pole. Could afford for those bigger marks just to a little bit more uphill. Almost a slight miscommunication then in terms of when the halt needed to be, and unfortunately that meant that when the halt did come, it was a little bit ungainly. But actually the horse was very obedient in coming to a halt. It was just a little bit abrupt. Veera looks pretty happy with that first phase score. She's going to be actually not a million miles away from the first phase score of Peter Flaurup and Fascination. 32.2 leads the way at the moment. There were some nice marks that came there. And actually on all of the coefficient marks, scoring a 6.5 and above. So that means that all of those marks that are times by 2 prove to be pretty valuable. Good changes. 7s for the first and 7.5 and 7.0 for the second of them. So looks like it's going to be 34.0 for this 14-year-olds. So Greg, bred in Germany. Nice. So Gregory, bred by Regina Riglers. So Veera Manninen and so Greg have completed their first phase here. They were improving actually by 2 and a little bit marks on the score that they had here 12 months ago when they went on to finish 4th. So if you're just tuning in, then a very warm welcome to you to the Lotto Strzegom Horse Trials here in Poland. Strzegom, just to the east of Wrocław.
A my już teraz witamy Niemkę, Pauline Nur. Dosiada ona 10-letniej hanowerskiej klaczy Evolet MAF.
In the south of the country, or the southwest I should say. As now we turn our attentions to Germany. Riding as an individual, all of these combinations in the first 2 sessions, remember, competing as individuals. Germany's Nations Cup team later will include Heike Janka, Majona Zeibel, Pielua and Julia Krajewski, the reigning Olympic champion, of course. Pauline Everlay MAF. It's a 10-year-old. Just unfortunately breaking in that first extended trot. That's going to be so expensive. Bred by Marco Fischer, owned by Uta Tumla. Combination actually won the 3-star Orp Le Grand just a couple of weeks ago, stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time. Usually very reliable in this phase, and you can see, you know, that holt absolutely beautiful. Just drops the pole slightly in the rein back, so it doesn't quite maintain the frame, which will lose them a few marks, but this horse normally very, very good in the first phase, but when you go from the 3-star test up to the 4-star test, there is an increased level of intensity, an increased difficulty in the movements, and it's much easier, as we all know, to say in the warm-up arena or in training at home to execute a perfect flying change, for example, but actually under the pressure of a test it is much more difficult. Combination also won the 3-star in Kronenberg at the back end of last season. Be interesting to see the changes when they come up in a moment as to how established they might be. Pauline, who represented Germany at junior young rider level. Sometimes it's trickier to see from the front-on view, and it's a great illustration actually of the different viewpoints that judges get as to actually how clean a change was, but certainly we get a great shot of the straightness. It was clean, but a little bit short behind. So the length of the hind stride was not quite as even as that of the front stride. The forelegs. But you can really see with this horse, there's a lot of potential here to produce a very, very nice test. Just a few too many mistakes creeping in today to see them get their best marks. But certainly stepping up to the level for the first time, there's a long way to go over the next couple of days. And of course, we will be with you every step of the way. FEI.tv will have live coverage of the cross-country tomorrow. Synchronicity
The
course designer here, Marcin, has been such a massive, pivotal member of the team in Strzegom, has transformed the venue into one of the world's leading equestrian centres. They're well used to hosting top-class competition, host a number of top-level events every year.
Najpierw zobaczymy go startującego indywidualnie na kraczy Rara del Castello. Za chwilę przed nami Robert Powal.
Will be hosting the junior, I think the Young Rider European Championships later this summer. 22nd through to the 25th of August. So let's take a look at the score for Pauline Nor. 38.9 that looks to be coming in at.
One 3-star short and 2 3-star longs there between 21 and 22.
So that will see them go into third at the moment. They are listed for the #1 squad for Germany. There's a real atmosphere around the main arena. Well, not necessarily huge crowds. There's a lot to look at, even just the entrance gate there. But there's a very relaxed feel, a relaxed vibe. It's warm weather. And they're holding a whole host of other classes at the venue throughout this weekend as well. They've got a 4-star long format. They've got the short formats at the 2-star, the 3-star as well. And it's a really interesting weekend as well, because actually the deadline for Olympic qualification for the MER results to have been achieved is this Monday, the 24th of June. So this weekend is the final opportunity for some of these combinations to tick the qualification box, whether that be the 4-star short. We see a couple of the combinations in this field actually looking to tick that 4-star short MER box, but also the 4-star long format. In keeping with the Olympic rules, a combination, putting it very broadly, must have achieved a minimum eligibility result at 4-star long or 5-star level in the season up to the 24th of June of the Games. So that's any time this year up until the 24th of June, or the season that precedes, so 2023. If they scored an MER at a 4-star long or a 5-star long in 2023 or up to now in 2024, that counts. They also require 2 4-star short MER results, one of which must be this season. And that, as I say, the deadline for that is the 24th of June. So they certainly will be looking at people with different aims this weekend and goals, as always in eventing. Some looking to tick a qualification box, others looking to put themselves in the mix for selection, and the like. So now we go to Robert Powala and Rara del Castello. Rara del Castello, owned by Robert himself, 13-year-old mare by Cascari. It's a horse that's been produced by Robert all the way up the levels. They've had some really good success at the lower level 2-star competition, and at 3-star they won the 3-star long format in Kaspavar a couple of years ago in Hungary. Stepped up to 4-star level, I think, here 12 months ago. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the opportunity to complete here, but actually they have been placed just outside the top 10 in the 4-star long format here last spring. Oh, not the opportunity to stop and have a little scratch. You can see the horse there just had a little conversation in the middle of the arena, which unfortunately will affect their scores. And unfortunately, when you have a moment like that, sometimes it can just increase the tension and just unsettle things slightly. And you can see that Robert having to work really hard just to keep the horse settled going into the canter transition. Does get the right canter lead, and hopefully that opportunity to just let things out slightly in the medium canter will help. Store will drop. See this change. Looked clean. Trending scores just dropped slightly on the live scores to around 36.1. That just reflects those moments in the walk. That change came up just a couple of strides early perhaps, but actually very clean, very easy. The square halt. Just a couple of moments of tension which just will have affected that test and the overall score. But Robert Powala and Rara del Castagno for Poland have completed. Great to see so many of the Polish riders here competing this weekend. I think that it will be their final selection trial, and that actually their team will no doubt be named for the Olympic Games in the next week or so. The Polish team actually secured Olympic qualification in Babruzco for Group C, the Olympic qualifier last spring, at the end of May, and they ran out very, very clear winners there. So Robert Powala and Rara del Castagno looking to be scoring around 35.0. That will be confirmed, but that's the provisional score that we have in for them. So now we will turn our attentions to Joanna Pawlak and Fantastic Frida. Christopher Burton, of course, with Shadowman won Nations Cup individual at Mill Street there last time up. And a hot ticket, I think, so Joanna Paris team going to come forward for Australia. So keeping good in just a couple of moments' time, just putting the finishing touches on her warm-up. As we've said, this test is quite a quick test, so actually her time to come into the arena is 10:02:30. But because this test goes quite quickly, the intervals are actually at 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and you almost have a little bit more opportunity in between the tests. Fantastic Frida has been absolutely brilliant for Joanna. Was third in the 4-star long here in Strzegom back in the spring. Jumped to double clear. Scored 40.8 in the first phase on that occasion. Actually went to Rada Pan for the Europeans for Poland last year. Things unfortunately didn't quite go to plan for them. In those Europeans, they had to withdraw after dressage, weren't able to go cross country. Were at the Olympic Games in Tokyo as well as a combination. Again, unfortunately not able to complete. Did complete the cross country, but the second horse inspection unfortunately proved their undoing on that occasion. So Fantastic Frida would be one of the more experienced horses in the field, 15 years of age this mare. Just a little bit wide behind in the first halt. And the first halt is that opportunity, isn't it, to get the judges to sit up and take notice. balance in the extended. And then just coming above the contact at times in the shoulder in and the half pass. Our ground jury here this weekend, remember, for Finland, President of the Ground Jury at C, Seppo Lane, and Katarina Konowska for Poland is at B. Just resting that here hind slightly. Does get the 5 steps of rein back. Trending around 40.3 at the moment. Consistent in the contact so far at the first part of the test, but a direct walk to canter transition. To have got that first flying change. Just dropping the pole, going a little bit behind the vertical. But again, clean change. And into the final halt. So, Joanna Pawlak and Fantastic Frida finished their test riding as individuals for Poland this weekend.
Of course, yes, of course, they're part of that Polish Nations Cup winning team year before last.
And of course, if you are just tuning in, then a very warm welcome to you. All of the combinations that we're seeing this morning competing as individuals in the first 2 sessions, and then we turn our attentions to the team riders. 5 different nations represented in the team competition here this weekend: Poland, Sweden, Germany, Australia and France. Big names among them as well. We'll come on to that a little bit later on, but Joanna just awaiting a score for her to come in. 41.2, the provisional score for them. Most wonderful shot of the main arena here in Strzegom. It's an incredible venue. And this arena, actually, for the show jumping on Sunday, usually the show jumping here really plays its part because it's a big arena. You can waste quite a lot of time. You've got to keep moving. And certainly we could well see that certainly play its part on the leaderboard. It was Leah Siegel van Helsingp who won here 12 months ago. And it was actually an historic win for the Dutch team. Their first ever win in the Nations Cup eventing competition, led by chef de keep Andy Heffernan here 12 months ago. The US team finished in second, and the form from Strzegom last year actually played out very well. Caroline Pamuchku, HSH Blake, who went on to finish second, since being selected for the US team for the Olympic Games in Paris later this summer. Next to go, it is one of Germany's young stars, Alina Dubovsky. And Alina comes forward riding Little Princess. Alina, who is really making a name for herself in the eventing world, has been coming up through the junior young rider ranks for Germany. Actually took a team gold with Barbados 26 at the Young Rider Europeans in Strzegom back in 2021. That horse actually took her to her first World Championships in Protoni as well. The dream, to ride a horse all the way up from juniors to your first senior championship appearance, is something that is unbelievably special. Her father, Andres, has been a massive part of the German team over a good number of years, and Little Princess would be not overly experienced at this level. Actually, just a couple of runs previously. Went to Ham for the 4-star last summer. Jumped clear cross country there. The dressage can be a little bit variable, so it'll be interesting to see where their score sits today. Alina, a very accomplished rider in this first phase. Leader at the moment, remember, Peter Flower, Fascination 32.2. Little Princess trending 36.1. Alina sitting very quietly there in the rein back. Just manages to keep things looking very calm. And you can just see losing a little bit of the quality of the walk there in the extended walk. Almost went to a little bit of a 4-beat. That canter transition. Just losing some of the regularity in the steps at the end of that half pass, and lacking straightness coming into this flying change, which has happened. Wouldn't have been quite as Alina would have loved it to have happened, but it happened. And she's doing a really good job here, because you can tell there's a bit of tension bubbling up underneath the surface. And it's very easy for us to sit here and, pass comment or judgment, but ultimately we can't feel what the rider feels underneath. And again, she made the second of those changes happen as well. So they're not going to be the biggest of marks, but actually they both happened in pretty much the right place. Step back and wide behind in the final halt. And you can see Alina giving this mare big pats, because actually she tried really quite hard for her. just finds this phase perhaps a little bit more difficult. And actually, Alina, quick glance at the scoreboard. And it'll see her go into around 6th place at the moment. Just a reminder on those scores at the moment. Peter Flarup, Finland. Peter Flarup, Denmark, out in front, beg your pardon. Fascination, 32.2, ahead of Finland's Vera Manninen and Sir Greg on 34.0. And Robert Pavala, Rara del Casteno, 35.0. The best of the home riders as things stand at the moment. So as a horse exits the arena, just checked by the FEI stewards to make sure that everything is in order. That would be common practice at any international FEI event. The steward would quite often check the ear bonnet if horses are wearing them, the horse's bit, make sure that the bit is fully legal, and of course that there's no blood in the mouth or anything like that. And you can see just having a little chat with the rider there also. And the official team at any FEI event do an incredible job, and there's a whole range of officials. You have the ground jury, who obviously preside over the competition itself, but they're supported by the technical delegate, who advises them on essentially everything that might be technical, rules related, anything like that. And this weekend it is Italy's Giuseppe Della Chiesa, who of course we know so well as the course designer of the World Championships in Protoni a couple of years ago. Protoni would be his home event, so to speak, but he's also designed the likes of Badminton 5-star for a number of years as well, and an incredible character in the sport of eventing. Then of course you have the FEI stewards, who, as I say, help to make sure that all of the tack and equipment is correct. And they also would oversee any training. So you have allocated opportunities, arena familiarization to ride in the main arena, and the FEI stewards would make sure that all of the rules, etc., are adhered to within that period. And when there's opportunities to have a jump, there's an FEI steward in attendance as well. So now for the Netherlands, Jordi Wilken and Curaçao for the Netherlands. There's, I say, the Dutch team secured an Olympic team qualification spot at the Europeans in Herada last summer, alongside Belgium. And actually, Andy Heffernan, who is the chef de keep for the Dutch team, had a number of his team riders out at Bramham International Horse Trials in England a few weeks ago. Curaçao, 17 years of age, by Ramiro B, so Irish bred, that wonderful Irish sire. And actually things didn't go to plan for them at Bramham, so they've rerouted here. They need a minimum eligibility result this weekend. One of those combinations bidding for that 4-star short really is the Last Chance Saloon, and it adds such a level of drama to the competition this weekend. There is so much at play. Cannot wait to see how it all unfolds, and we do hope that you'll join us for the duration of the competition as well. We'll have everything live for you on FEI.tv. Good halt, and actually Jordi really showed the immobility in that halt. It's a horse that was originally produced by Alice Neighbour-Lozman to the 3-star level. Jordi took on the ride in 2021. They've had some good results. Top 25, Montelibretti in the 4-star long last year. Went to the World Championships in Protoni with Bury Spirit, but unfortunately didn't get to compete there. Been to a couple of senior European championships in Avanches and Herada as well. Very much, I'm sure, on the radar of the Dutch team, who are yet to announce their squad for the Olympic Games in a few weeks' time. Really big horse, Curacao. It's one of those moments that I'm always extremely glad I'm not a change, that we quite often see changes are late behind as such, and that one was almost, I'd like to say, rather early behind rather than late in front. I will check the scores to see if the judges do perhaps agree with me. Let's take a look at the second one. Better. They did agree with me for the first of those changes, a 4 and a 6.5. So slight difference of opinion between the judges, but that's why they are in different positions. Just a slight miscommunication on the final centre line as to where that halt was meant to be, because actually the horse almost offered it up a little bit early, and then it went on a little bit further on. He was quite far down the centre line. It's normally at G, the halt immobility salute. So not quite as accurate, but you can see, I wonder whether he couldn't quite remember where he was meant to have the halt. A smile and a shake of his head, but he'll still be pretty pleased with that test, I think. Geordie Wilkin and Curacao for the Netherlands here this weekend, the Dutch team. No team here in the Nations Cup competition. It was here 12 months ago, of course, that they had that historic win in the Nations Cup last June. First time that a Dutch eventing team had been on top of the podium, and it was a pretty memorable moment for sure. So, next to go, it will be the last to go before the break. Nicholas Lindback, Poinsdown Porsche, the horse that Nicholas brings forwards. Nicholas, very experienced for Sweden, had that wonderful partnership with not only Focus Filiokas, who we've seen a lot, but Mr. Pooh, who I'm sure many of you will remember, who took him to numerous championships, top 20 at the Olympic Games, but finished individually 4th at the home European Championships in Malmo back in 2013, finishing on their dressage score there of 42.0. That was a year that Michael Young took the individual top spot with Halunka. Nicholas Lindback has Queenstown Porsche here this weekend. 7th in Kristianstad in the full start, a little bit earlier on this year. Not in contention for the Swedish team with this horse this year, lacking a little bit of experience in a 4-star long qualification. So if any of you are watching and wondering, we'll see a few of those key contenders for Sweden a little bit later on in the Nations Cup class. Showed good immobility in the halt, wasn't quite square. It actually requests balance and correct halt. That's what the judges are looking for. But immobility for 3 to 4 seconds. Well, let me tell you, 3 to 4 seconds in the middle of an arena in a dressage test in a Nations Cup probably feels like about 20 seconds. But it's amazing, those little details that actually really do make all the difference in terms of giving the judges no opportunity to take marks away. It's always interesting when you talk to different judges as to how they judge, but quite often they start at a 10. You know, they would love to be able to give you a 10. And it's important to remember 10 isn't perfect, 10 is excellent. And then they work back from there. And it just all adds up to a little half mark here, a mark there, that can really affect the overall score. Oh, just popped in a change there at the end of that medium canter. Got it back, actually, very quickly to go into the half pass, but doing some one-time changes, which, while very impressive, not required in this test. But it does mean that at least they pop straight back into the... And of course, the change that you want them to do, they don't do quite as beautifully, do they? It's always the way. But at least when changing straight back again, it meant that actually you could crack on with the next movement without too much disturbance. Coming down the final centre line. Just step back slightly in the final halt. But Nicholas Lindback and points down Porsche have completed. Looking to be trending around the mid-40s. A score in for Geordie Wilkin and Curacao, 34.8, sees them go into third, so the individual bronze medal position at the moment. Peter Flarup still retains the lead. Fascination, 32.2, the one to beat for Denmark, ahead of Finland's Vera Manninen and Sir Greg. Sir Greg was fourth here 12 months ago. Would dearly love to improve on that this time around. Geordie Wilkin, as we say, the Netherlands into third, and best of the Polish riders, Robert Pavala, Rara del Castagno in fourth. Points down Porsche, Nicholas Lindback, 44.2, their score trending. So that should see them go into around 8th place on the leaderboard. But that actually takes us to the first break of the day. And we've got some 15 minutes now before the next combination for China will come forward. It'll be Yingfeng Bao and Flandia 2, who will be next down the centre line. It's a really international field, this next session. We've got China, we've got South Africa, Pakistan, Poland, Argentina, Austria and Switzerland. And actually Felix Vogue and Calero will be the last to go in that session. Ones to watch for Switzerland, named as one of the alternate rides for the Swiss team, relying on a minimum eligibility result here this weekend. So must get that MER at the 4-star short level. So we will be back after this short break. The big question is, who can challenge Peter Flarup and Fascination at the top of the leaderboard? 32.2 the score to beat, and we'll be back with you in a little over 10 minutes time.
wracamy po przerwie, wracamy do rywalizacji w konkursie czterogwiazdkowym, w ramach którego rozgrywany jest też Puchar Narodów. Przypomnę, że oglądamy na razie zawodników startujących indywidualnie. Na prowadzeniu Peter Flarow z Danii na koniu Fascination 32,2 punktu karnego. Na miejscu drugim Vera Malinen i Ser Greg para z Finlandii.
Welcome back to Strzegom for the second session of dressage here in the FEI Eventing Nations Cup competition. The individuals coming forward to get things started, and then we will turn our attentions to the team rotations of riders for the Nations Cup class a little bit later on. The current leaderboard, Peter Flarup and Fascination leading the way, 32.2, ahead of Vera Maninen and Sir Greg, 34.0. Rara del Casteño, Robert Pavala in third, 35.0, now equal with Geordie Wilkin and Kira Kao. All of the scores we give you do remember they are provisional, as now we turn our attentions to China, and it is Yingfeng Bao, Flandia 2. China have 2 individual spaces for the Olympics. Of course, heartbreak after that team spot withdrawn last year. That ultimately passed on to Japan. Yingfeng actually went to the Asian Games with Newmarket Ritz last year, finished 5th individually there. This horse, Flandia 2, a horse he rode in Arville in the Nations Cup in Arville, jumped clear cross country on that occasion, and actually the horse that he rode a top 10 individual finish in Mill Street in the Group G qualifier last year in the 3-star. Qualified for the Olympic Games. Lovely square halt. A little bit of tension, you can just see. This is the horse that he rode at the Olympics actually in Tokyo. Finished individually 35th there. Be 36 years of age. And has been based in Europe for a good number of years. Also does a lot of pure show jumping. So just a medium canter, the level of extension from the canter work required in this 4-star test D, a new test for 2024. It's a pretty quick test as well. Takes approximately 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Oh, I did get the change, shall we say expressive behind. Look of interest on this horse's face. You can see just occasionally losing a little bit of concentration, just peering around what else is going on around the arena. Much better change that time around. Trending around the mid-30s to go into around 5th place on the leaderboard. And just a slight loss of rhythm going into their final halt. But the first of our Chinese accommodations has completed. Yingfeng Bao, Flandia 2. We'll see actually Huadong Sung and Lady Chin van Merven Z a little bit later on in this session. It's a really international session, as we said prior to the break, but there were some real highlights in this horse's test. You can certainly see how some nice marks were achieved. Just a couple of moments of tension and loss of rhythm
punktu karnego. To jest
like that,
nieoficjalny wynik
unfortunately
pary
just
i
costing them a few
wyrwało
marks. This was the
Islandia.
first of those changes,
A już za chwilę przed nami
which
11 para na liście
would have
startowej.
been relatively costly, much better second time around.
Jessica George i 13-letni Wrap Up.
So, was trending 36.3, Flandia 2 and Ying Feng Bao.
For South Africa, Jessica George will bring in the wrap up. This 13-year-old thoroughbred gelding, owned by Quinton and Douglas Walsh. One Curry's Post 2 Salon back in 2022, second Oak Springs 4-star short last year.
As next to come forwards, it will be Jessica George.
For wrap up and Jessica George, they'll be next in.
And wrap up for South Africa, one of two South African combinations, the Alexandra Mann and the Spice Merchant. Also coming forward in this session of dressage.
Identical score for Johnny Wilkin and Kurt Chow on that score, 35.0. Pauline North for Germany, first time out at the level, but Evelyn on a 38.9.
No i jest już przed nami reprezentantka Republiki Południowej Afryki, Jessica George, która
So Jessica George and Wrap Up, combination who won the 4-star long format in Oak Springs last year. Jumped a good clear round cross country, and actually one of just 3 South African athletes that have got a MER at the 4-star long level heading into the Olympic Games. There's one individual spot on offer. Alexandra Mann, of course, we'll see a little bit later on as well. Victoria Scott Legrand being the other. So it's actually an extended trot across the diagonal here, MXK. The mark also incorporates the collected trot at K and A. Not necessarily the biggest of extensions, but you've got to just show your horse off to the best of their ability. Very much the plan would be selection for Paris. They ended the season last year as the highest ranked rider in Group F, so helped secure that Olympic qualification spot. But it's important to note that while obviously an individual combination is the highest ranked rider from a nation that is not already qualified with a team in their Olympic group does secure an individual spot, the federation doesn't necessarily have to send that combination. So it could then be opened up to another rider, and certainly a big weekend for Jessica here. Cool under pressure. Just doing a really good job there, because actually the horse looked like he knew the Canterwood transition was on the horizon. quick through the flying change. So you really want the rhythm to stay the same through that change, and actually just rushed through it slightly, but actually the change itself was clean. And Jessica, a real inspiration to riders over in South Africa who perhaps have their sights set on representing their country at the highest level, because if she does make it to Paris, she would be the first South African eventing rider to compete at an Olympic Games, having qualified and done a lot of their preparation in South Africa. They've come over to Europe for their final preparations now. Came over at the start of the year. But this horse that actually started out his career on the track would be a real inspiration to so many other young South African riders. And Jessica George certainly flying the flag proudly here this weekend. So, Jessica George and Wrap Up have completed their test for South Africa. And we'll bring you a score for them. Looking like it will be mid-30s. Possibly pushing towards the 40 barrier. Yingfeng Bao, Flandia 2, their scores come in at 36.3. That's good enough to put them into 5th at the moment. Jessica George Wrap Up trending 42.9 at the end of their test. Again, you just see the FEI stewards doing their checks at the end of a test. Incredible facilities here in Strzegom. Lucky to have a number of all-weather surfaces. And they've got so many different competitions running here this weekend as well. The schedule Marcin Konowski and his team put together is extremely detailed. And a real opportunity for riders all up the levels, from the 1-star intro FEI up to the 4-star long level. And there's 11 combinations actually in the lineup for the 4-star long level. And just to keep you up to date with that over the weekend as well, it's worth noting there's a couple of riders in there bidding for an MER at the 4-star long format. Alex Fatian for China Poseidon's Admiral, one of those. Ronald Zabala, Charlie van ter Heijden, another. And then you've got the likes of Alexander Petinel, Figaro da Plamis actually, who is another South African rider who could well be in the reckoning. Tim Lips, Equinox Dam for the Netherlands, another of note there. So really interesting. And we'll keep you up to date with those scores at the moment. Ralph Keurmans for the Netherlands leads with Cross-Border Radar Love on 31.9 at the moment. So, what next? Well, we turn our attentions to Usman Khan, Eden de Verey. Usman, who has spent much of his career being based out in Australia. Unfortunately, Pakistan, I don't believe, have a Olympic spot. And a real nod to the FEI Eventing Nations Cup series, that riders choosing to use this as part of their preparation. A nod to Strzegom as well. And we'll see a good number of Olympic hopefuls later, the likes of Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos, the individual bronze medalist from Tokyo 3 years ago. Kevin McNabb, Scuderia 1918, Donkadam, one to watch out for as well, also for Australia. You've got the reigning Olympic champion, Yulia Krajewski, Great Twist Dive Z, who will be the last to go for the German Nations Cup team a little bit later on as well. Yulia named on the list of alternates for the German squad. They'll head to Aachen. She had a good result, top 10 finish with Nickel 21 in Le Moulin this weekend. The weekend just gone, I should say. Now we turn our attentions to Victoria Knapp and Quintus 134 for Poland. Victoria and Quintus combination, who actually were part of the Polish team that helped Poland to a team ticket in Babrówko in that Olympic qualifier last year. They finished individually 5th on that occasion. Part of the team alongside Jan Kaminski, Malgorzata Korycka and Paweł Woskoszewski secured that Olympic spot, and something to look forward to here as well, because Quintus 134 jumped a clear cross country here in the spring. Of course, has that Olympic qualification result in the bag as well. I'm sure in the minds of the selectors for the Olympic Games, but 3 in a team really does put the pressure on those selection teams. Scored 33.5 in Babrówko this time last year, and that would be pretty consistent with where they are there. They've scored 33 point something in their last 5 internationals. Well, 33 point something today would certainly see them in amongst the leaders, and they're trending 30.6 at the moment. Victoria, who is still looking for her senior championship debut for Poland, has been to a couple of junior Europeans, Ballybor in 2015, Mill Street 2017. Nice direct transition into canter. Good positioning for that half pass to the left. Looking really rideable. See the first of these changes. Looks to be good. Looks straight. We get that camera shot from behind B, and look to be really straight there. Dropping about equal with Peter Flowerett. Fascination's going to be very, very close as to who can stay in front at the end of this test. To be a clean change, actually. A bit extravagant in front. Victoria doing a really wonderful job in presenting this test to the ground jury. Staying in a very consistent frame, uphill. And a lovely, polite halt, just one tiny step back. But she looks absolutely thrilled with that, and so she should, because a really smart first phase from Victoria Knapp and Quintus for Poland at the moment, looking to be the best of those Polish riders. The Polish team actually drawn first of the 5 teams in the Nations Cup. And those team riders coming forward after the next break in the final 2 sessions of dressage today. So Victoria Knapp and Quintus 134 have completed their first phase. 32.2 they're trending at the moment. That would leave them equal with Peter Flarup and Fascination. But actually looks like they might just have dropped slightly on the last couple of marks that have come in. That flying change, 2 fours proving very expensive. And so 34.3 would see them just go into 4th if that is confirmed. Poland, of course, secured that Olympic team ticket in Babruzko last year, as we've said. So they will be, I'm sure, treating this as a final opportunity to see some of their top horse and rider combinations. And there's certainly a good number of names still in the mix for potential selection. And the Spice Merchant. Alexandra Munn, the Spice Merchant. Actually, a combination that we saw complete Bramham a few weeks ago. Also completed Burnham Market a little bit earlier on this year. We're top 10 at Kronenberg this spring also. Oh, that was last autumn, beg your pardon, back end of the year. They have a 4-star long qualification results from Blenheim. So again, bidding to catch the eye of the South African selectors. There is 1 spot available. And not only are we seeing Alexandra here in the 4-star short, but also Jessica George we've already seen. But Alexander Petinel and Figaro de Premis is competing in the 4-star long, bidding for a last-minute 4-star long qualification to be in the reckoning as well. Scored 37.6 at Bramham last time out. Nice first halt to present to our ground jury. The leader, remember, is 32.2. Peter Flarup, Fascination. Looks like Victoria Knapp Quintus, provisional score for them 33.9, moving them into 2nd. A couple of combinations that we've seen presenting in the double bridle this morning. Just coming a little bit above the bit at times in that half pass to the right. Now let's look at this halt. 3 to 4 seconds the immobility, so 1, 2, 3. Good test riding from Alex there. As we said earlier, 3 to 4 seconds in the middle of the arena feels like a very, very, very long time. But if you get a good halt, you want to show it off. Up that canter transition, direct from walk into canter. Just needs to keep a little bit more impulsion. That half pass to the left. Keep moving things forwards. Not going to get the most marks for that flying change, unfortunately. It's a combination that know each other so well. Alexandra has produced this horse all the way up the levels. He's 12 now. Change actually came up early for them as well, so you want the change to be across the centre line. Just came up a couple of strides early perhaps. And into their final halt, Alexandra Munn and the Spice Merchant. Let's have a look as to where they are trending. Around 40.5, so should be just in front of Jessica George and wrap up at the moment. So many different chapters to this story. In Strzegom this weekend, we've of course got the Nations Cup, but there's lots of other individual battles going on as well, whether it be for team selection, whether it be for qualification. So much to enjoy. And wonderful to see so many different nations represented here as well. So provisionally a score of 40.4. At the moment, the leader remains Peter Flarup, Fascination 32.2, Victoria Nat Quintus 33.9 in second, Vera Manin and Sir Greg 34.0, equal with Isman Khan, Eden de Valle in third. So they're equal at the moment.
We welcome in for Argentina. Luciana Claudia Brunello rides Cash de Cedre. This driver is Français Chestnut Gelling by Summer Salmon of a Libero mare. Owned by Salmon Agro Puria and bred by Luke Salamar. The winner of the Campo de Mayo 4-star short last year. 7 credit for 4-star short.
Some 14 different nations represented in this class from some 36 competitors. So really international field here in Poland. As we turn to now the sole representatives from Argentina, Luciano Claudio Brunello, Cash de Cedre. And Argentina, of course, missed out on a team qualification at the Pan American Games, but they do have one individual spot on offer. This combination also looking to pick up their qualification results here this weekend. They need that 4-star short MER because they went to Kronenberg a couple of weeks ago, but they actually picked up 20 penalties cross country, so that didn't count as an MER result, unfortunately. They were second at Campo de Mayo and 4-star long last year. An important test for Argentina. And actually, Argentina, one individual slot available. Sebastian Walton Oliveira, Island with the Rising, would be one of the contenders for that spot. Just a bit of tension at the early part, and it's so difficult. You can see really wasn't sure how much he could ask for in that extended trot, but actually the horse did settle better towards the end of it. Looks like a real little pocket rocket of a type, this horse. Doesn't look very big at all. So it's just come over to Europe this spring, previously been based out in South America. And actually, I understand 2 individual spots now available for Argentina because one became available after a Chilean rider was unable to secure the minimum eligibility requirement qualification. Hoy Fonseca, quick to my rescue there. Great to have Hoy with us. He'll, of course, have a busy few weeks preparing for heading out to Paris, one of 4 Brazilian riders named in the Brazilian team. So much at stake this weekend. A wonderful opportunity as well to come over to Europe to compete. No greater occasion than an Olympic Games. And this horse actually, touch wood, I don't want to bring on the curse of the commentator, has settled after that early bit of tension really crept in. Isn't going to pick up huge marks, but certainly trending at the moment sub 40. And that's actually a pretty competitive score, but would put him midfield at the moment. Expression on this horse's face. Cash de Cedra, top 20 at the Pan American Games last year. Gets that change. Was a little bit quick and tight, but got it. 12 years of age, self-Francais bred by Summer Song, owned by Solmat Agro Procuria. And just step back slightly in the final halt. So Seppo Lane and Katarina Konoska are 2 members of the ground jury, actually at C and B.
Ground jury of Seppo Lane from Finland and Katarina Konoska.
So
39.5 comes up on the board now, the provisional score.
Provisional score 39.5 for Cash de Cedra, Luciano Claudio Brunello, but the big test for them comes in the next couple of phases. They have got their MER in the dressage at least. 45 penalties and below counts as an MER in the first phase. The one to beat at the moment remains Peter Flarup and Fascination. Victoria Knapp Quintus in second, 33.9, just behind Peter's 32.2. And Vera Manin and Sir Greg and Usman Khan Indevare equal third on 34.0. So now we turn our attentions to the second of our riders from China, and it is Hua Dong-sung and Lady Chin Vantermorvenzy. Combination that actually represented China at the Olympic Games. Hua Dong is 33 years of age, been based in Europe for a little while. Was the horse that he rode at the Asian Games last year, finished 4th individually, just outside the medals. Jumped clear cross country in Tokyo. I think Hua Dong has been based in the Netherlands with Team Lips over the last few years. It'll be a horse that has got all of her qualifications in the bag for a potential selection for one of those 2 spots for Team China. So a big weekend for them here this weekend. They've got a number of their key contenders here. Actually, Alex Fassian also has a ride in the 4-star long format. Poseidon's Admiral looking for a qualification result there. Lovely halt, looks square from our camera angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually did 6 steps of rein back, just rushed a little bit, lost a little bit of balance. Direct canter transition. We saw in Mill Street actually a few weeks ago where they did the C test that actually you did a walk to trot transition, and a lot of horses at this level actually found it really quite tricky because they're so used to that traditional walk to canter which we see in this test. The change. Really lovely uphill frame, Lady Chin, and this is trending to go into the lead at the moment. You can absolutely see why. Making a really lovely picture. Nice change again. Looking very rideable in the arena. Sort of uphill power. And this could well sneak to be our first sub-30 score as well. Just step back slightly in the final halt, but Lady Chin Van Morvenzy, Huadong Sun have completed and should give us our first sub-30 as well. A brilliant score for them. We'll confirm it for you as soon as it becomes available because that is going to be the one to beat. And brilliant to see such a lovely test from this combination. They've had some really good results internationally and actually have been campaigned very, very carefully, bidding, I'm sure, for selection for China for that Olympic Games in a few weeks' time. And actually, part of the Chinese team that won team gold at the Asian Games last year as well. Lady Chin Pantamorvenzy. So, their score is just being finalised at the moment. 29.6. Almost identical marks from our 2 judges. And some really nice marks as well. Plenty of 8s featuring throughout that test. So Lady Chin Vantamorvenzy, 29.6. That is confirmed to be out in front at the moment. So Peter Flarup goes down into second with Fascination. Victoria Knapp, Quintus 134, relegated
zajęła
to
tutaj miejsce
third.
trzecie.
So, 2 combinations to come before we reach the halfway stage of this Nations Cup class here in Strzegom. And they are 2 of the biggest names in the class, it should be said. Leah Siegel and DSP Fighting Line. Leah and DSP Fighting Line actually won the Nations Cup in Montelibretti last year as a combination, but Leah won this class 12 months ago with Van Helsing P. And I'm sure the hot favourite to be selected for Austria for their one individual slot in Group B. DSP Fighting Line, the more experienced of her horses. Felix Vogue and Calero will follow her into the arena. Felix, who has long been one of Switzerland's leading riders, and actually Calero, a horse that has a massive amount of championship experience as well. Needs a qualification result this weekend, has been named as an alternate ride for Felix. The Swiss team just announced after the last Nations Cup leg in Avanches at the weekend. And so all eyes on Felix for Switzerland in just a few minutes' time. But if you're just tuning in, then a very, very warm welcome to you. We have got such a brilliant few days of competition in store. And a new leader in Huadong Sun, Lady Chin van ter Mervenzy, 29.6 out in front. That is the score to beat. So, what can this lady do? Leah Siegel. And Leah comes forward with DSP Fighting Line. Leah just 23 years of age, in fact. Just double checking my maths. Has a vast amount of experience for Austria. 25 years of age. Mental maths under pressure let me down then, but still an extraordinary amount of experience. Rode this horse at the Olympics in Tokyo, finished top 15 individually there, also top 25 at the World Championships in Protoni. Won the 4-star long format in Babarusco earlier on this year. And one would imagine there's a bit of a discussion as to which horse she might take to Paris between DSP Fighting Line and Van Helsing P, who was top 10 in Avanches in the Nations Cup there a couple of weeks ago with a very good double clear round, just a very steady cross-country round. DSP Fighting Line, 28.6 last time out in Babarusco, but has also been third in Arville on the podium in the Nations Cup there, 28.9 on that occasion. So we could well be about to see that lead change once more. Leah Siegel, DSP Fighting Line, Austria. And if the time is tight tomorrow over Marcin Konowski's cross-country course, this is the combination that you will really be watching out for. If, of course, she has her foot pressed on the accelerator. Because another horse that also needs the 4-star short confirmation results this weekend. So as we say, all of those combinations that have qualified for the Olympic Games, as part of their qualification, they must have an MER at 4-star short level in 2024, from the 1st of January to the 24th of June. The 24th of June is Monday, so the pressure is on. of course, has spent the spring fighting to be fit, having suffered a fractured fibula during training earlier on in the year, which really meant that her early season plans went a little bit off-piste, hence why she's still very much looking to get that qualification result here this weekend. Lovely flying change. Slight stumble. Nice change again. DSP fighting line at the moment trending at around 33.1. Nice clean halt. So Leah Siegel, who won here 12 months ago with Van Helsing P, rides a DSP fighting line here this time, and should go into a podium position. Very much for this combination about ticking a qualification box here this weekend. But you can never write this young lady off in terms of being competitive when we get down to the business end of the competition by Sunday. Of course, the show jumping takes place as the final phase in this Nations Cup class. So the horses will go through a horse inspection on Sunday morning to make sure that they are all fit and well after their cross-country efforts. And of course, we will have the live cross-country for you tomorrow on FEI.tv. And you can tune in on FEI.tv on Facebook as well. The flying change is a real highlight, actually, for DSP fighting line. And trending 32.2, so it could go equal with Peter Flarup and Fascination into second. Now it is the turn of Felix Vogt. Felix, who actually stepped in for Leah and rode DSP fighting line to a win in a 3-star class earlier on this year. He comes forward now with Calero. Felix, who has been one of Switzerland's leading campaigners for a good number of years now, actually finished second individually in the Nations Cup in Avanche a few weeks ago. Deo de Lucien finished with an excellent double clear round, and actually has been named with Deo de Lucien as one of the 4 Swiss riders in the Paris team. Calero will be an alternate horse on the list of reserves for him, subject to an MER result here this weekend. So again, another looking for a qualification result. Calero, who was 4th actually in Babarithco a little bit earlier on this year, or this week I should say. Scored 24.8 on that occasion. Actually, Calero would be fully qualified for the Olympics, beg your pardon. Finished just outside the top 10 in Haradapan last year in the European Championships. Perhaps needs a second 4-star short result, that would be it. So does have one this year, but needs a second 4-star short result of an MER to back up their one that they have from Babarithco and the Europeans one that they have at the long format, because you need 2 4-star shorts, one of which you need in this year, so that would be there. He's a wonderful horse, Calero. Top 20 at Le Moulin 5-star last year as well, been top 20 at Po 5-star. Won, of course, Le Moulin 5-star back in 2022. huge moment for Swiss eventing to have a Swiss flag at the top of a 5-star podium. It was his ride in Tokyo also. Finished at top 20 individually on that occasion. He's a horse, essentially, that has an extraordinary wealth of experience. And Felix has been at the top level of the sport for many, many years. Been to a couple of Olympics, a couple of World Championships, a couple of World Equestrian Games and a World Championships, I should say. And then some 5 or so senior European Championships as well. He would be just 34 years old. Celebrated his birthday a couple of days ago, in fact. Nice flying change. Trending 31.5 at the moment. Beautifully elegant stamp of a horse, Calero. Expressive flying change. And into his final halt. Gets a lovely square final halt to complete his test. And it's going to be pretty close to challenging our leader. He's trending 30 at the moment. Can he go sub 30 and potentially push Hua Dong-sun down into second place? 29.6 is the current target. Felix Vogue and Calero finishing their first phase here. And actually 29.6 is his score, just 1 mark in the dressage, which when you take into context that's across 18 different movements with 2 different judges. That is unbelievably close, and he currently sits in second, 29.6. Lady Chin Vantermorvenzy, Hua Dong-sun, and it looks like 29.8. Just getting that confirmed because it's just being finalised. In fact, I thought he was going to slot into second, but he might just sneak into the top spot. Watch this space. Felix Vogue, Calero, the last to go in this second session of dressage. So when we come back after the break, we will be focusing our attentions on the first of our Nations Cup competitors. Jan Kaminski will get us underway for the Polish team with Jarden. Actually, we've got some 5 teams represented in the Nations Cup: Poland, Sweden, Germany, Australia and France. And we will be with you every step of the way. And when we're back, we will confirm the score for Felix Vogue and Calero. At the moment, 29.8. That isn't confirmed. That would see him go into second, but we will watch this space. So, a short break now. We'll be back with the first of our Nations Cup riders in just about 15 minutes' time. Do stay tuned. We'll see you then.
For the Strzegom Nations Cup 2024, all to play for, still to come after the break. this Nations Cup really starting to get very, very interesting. Our teams coming forward. Yes, Poland, they won the Nations Cup here 2 years ago. Can they regain their crown here? They've got a very strong team to contest this Strzegom Nations Cup as always. And we welcome in first for the Polish team, Yard and Jan Kaminski. This 14-year-old Polish big girling, while she watched out of a Chef Supreme there, owned by Marcin, Zofia, Jan, Agnieszka, Hannah, Knay, and Jan, all Kaminskis, the whole family are connected with Yard. They won Babarovka 4-star Long Nations Cup to qualify for Paris. A brilliant performance last year. And a good run at Utspark, a 4-star shot in April to put him right for today. Yard and Jan Kaminski. Come on, Poland.
Welcome back to the FEI Eventing Nations Cup here in Strzegom as we prepare to welcome the first of our team riders. 5 nations in this leg of the Eventing Nations Cup series. Representatives from Poland, Sweden, Germany, Australia and France. And it is the home nation Poland who've been drawn first. And Jan Kaminski and Jard will be the first of those riders to come down the centre line. We've already seen Jan on one occasion this morning. Unknown flying object, scored 44.2 as first to go. But Jard, very much the more experienced of his horses. And I'm sure among the favourites to be named as a part of the Polish team for Paris. Helped them secure that Olympic qualification in Babarysko last year. Jard also finished as the winner of that 4-star long format in Babarysko. So won there, helping the Polish team to qualification since it was top 25 in Linear at the back end of last year. Clear cross country in Udkarspel earlier on this season. Had an unfortunate parting of company cross country in Wiesbaden. So looking to get themselves back on track here in Strzegom. Combination who finished top 30 at the Olympic Games in Tokyo for Poland. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps in the rein back. Just needs to be careful the nose doesn't drop behind the vertical. Want that frame to extend in this extended walk as well. Just a slight bit of tension there. Into the medium canter on the 20-metre circle and then quickly back for this half pass to the left. Everything comes up very, very quickly in this test. One of the new tests for 2024. Just lost a little bit of straightness, rather ran through the flying change there. Quite tight. See how the second of these changes will look. Late behind, unfortunately, I think. So the changes are going to prove to be very expensive in this test. 2 2 fours for the first, and the changes all have a coefficient of 2, so the 2 changes, both of those, essentially worth the same as 4 movements.
A good competitive score, yes, for the first
So,
one, Team Poland, Yard.
Jan Kaminski and Jard will get the Polish team off to their starts in the team competition here. Just waiting to see his score coming through. And actually a 6 and a 4 for the second of those changes, but lots of 7s, 7.5s in there as well, and should see him around the mid-30 territory. An update on the top of the leaderboard, because a couple of scores have been revised. Lady Chin, Phantom Mervyn Z, and Hua Dong Sun. 29.9 is their score, which actually now sees them go into second, because Calero and Felix Vogue, 29.2, lead the way. Jan Kaminski and Jard looking to be on 36.2, there or thereabouts, just waiting for the final couple of marks to come in. So now we turn to Heike Janka. Mighty Spring, the horse Heike brings forward. First of our combinations from Germany.
Last year, he's super first along in May, what's happened there.
Mighty Spring FRH is the first of the horses down the centre line for Germany. Yeah, Mighty Magic. Owned by Karsten Kust and Heike herself. Combination were 8th in the 4-star long format in Sopot a little bit earlier on in the year. Actually went to Arville for the Nations Cup last year, but unfortunately didn't run cross-country there. Have featured on a couple of Nations Cup teams for Germany. Early to mid-30s, generally where they tend to be in the first phase. Good immobility in the halt, could have stayed immobile for a fraction longer. Good extension of the frame, just need to make sure that nose stays out. Oh, tiny bit of tension just creeping in. It's sometimes the balance, isn't it, going for the extended walk. Just again, same with the extended trot. Sometimes you can just ask for a little bit too much. Oh, just had a slight hesitation. Not sure if that's a miscommunication or the horse just looking at something down at that bottom end of the arena. Good presentation into the half pass. Into the medium canter. Showed a really clear transition there back before the half pass. Oh. Not very through in that flying change. Into the final halt, and the first of our German team riders have completed their test. Mighty Spring FRH looking likely to be around the late 30 territory, so Jan Kaminski and Jar 36.2 for Poland. And as Chris Ryan on the on-site commentary says, 39.5 is where they were trending. It looks like it might just come down slightly with those final collective marks. Calero Felix Volk, the one to beat, 29.2 out in front ahead of Huadong Sun. Lady Chin Van der Merven Z at 29.9, the only two sub-30 scores we've seen. Leah Siegel DSP Fighting Line rounding out the top three, 32.1. But still plenty of big names to bring you. We've got the likes of the reigning Olympic champion in Yulia Kraevski, Great Twist Dive Z. She brings forward a little bit later on. We've got Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos, Pialua and Cascada as well for Germany, as well as Kevin McNabb, Scuderia 1918 Donkadam, members of that Australian team who won a team silver in Tokyo 3 years ago. So, in terms of the overall Nations Cup standings, well, it is actually Switzerland who lead the way, 180 points, equal with Italy, also on 180 points. And Switzerland won their home leg in Avanches just a couple of weeks ago. Australia, the highest placed of the nations that we see competing here this weekend, they are on 140 points, and France as well. They've only actually fielded a team in one leg in Montelibretti earlier on in the season, which they won, so could well be competitive again here this week. So now it is the first of those French riders, Marie Bouchonville and Captain Charles. A huge week coming up next week for the French Federation, in so much as that French team will be named, I understand, for the Olympic Games. They've got a really strong team of riders to select from. It's going to be a tough old selection ask, and they've got some lovely young horses coming through up the levels as well. And of course, there's no greater opportunity as a rider perhaps than to ride at an Olympic Games in your home country. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I'm sure they will be bidding to regain the team gold that they won in Rio 2016, the French team. But what can they do here this weekend? Well, Marie Bouchonville, the score that they will be looking for, first of all, Captain Charles actually was top 25 in Pompadour in the 4-star short a little bit earlier on this year. It's been produced by Marie up the levels, been well placed at 3-star level, but relatively inexperienced at 4-star. By Canan, bred in France, owned by N2 Captain Charles. Scored 31.8 in Saumur a little bit earlier on this year. Lovely athletic movement in that extended trot. positioning in the half pass and the shoulder in. Not quite square in front, I don't think, but lovely hold. Could have also been immobile for a little bit longer. Good extension of the frame in this extended walk. Looking really rideable, this horse, in the first phase, and actually trending at the moment in the early 30s, 33.8. See this change? Changed behind before changed in front, and actually wasn't quite on the aid, unfortunately. Two sevens for the extended walk, which again has a coefficient of 2. Let's see the second of these changes. Again, not quite on the aid, having to work quite hard. You just saw Marie lost her stirrup for a second, just had to work quite hard to get that change to come off, but it did the job and she got it to come off, which is the main thing. And actually 4 and a 5 for the first change. She comes down the centre line for a final halt. Scores for the second change haven't come in just yet, but it is going to be a very good solid start for the French team, I would say. And actually Germany, Poland and France all fielding 4 riders in their team, but we're going to go straight on to the next rotation of riders, because actually Sweden and Australia only fielding 3, so they will now bring their riders forward in order in the next rotation of team riders. So the German team being led this weekend by the legendary French rider Rudolf Scherer as their chef de keep, have done their test. And you see that was the second of those changes. She again just really had to work quite hard to make it come off, but it did. So we'll confirm her score once it comes through. So at the moment trending 37.7. That would be good enough to put them in the top 15, probably top 12 individually as things stand at the moment. So now we go on to the second of our Polish team riders. This is Paweł Waskowski and Lucinda X-Ani. Combination who riding as number 2 in the Polish team here this weekend. Marcin Kaminski, chef de keep for the Polish team throughout this weekend, as Paweł comes forward with Lucinda X-Ani. Beautiful first halt. Gives a great first impression. 16 years of age, this mare, Holsteiner bred. Combination that again helped the Polish team to Olympic qualification as part of that team in Babrówko last spring. That secured the team spot. Actually won a 4-star short in Sopot last April as well. Top 10 in Strzegom here actually in September in a 4-star then. It's been sub 30 on a few occasions in the first phase. If he could get off to that sort of start today, it would do the Polish team absolutely no harm whatsoever. This horse by Limbus. Certainly starting with a very good trending score of around 31. Leader, remember, Felix Vogt for Switzerland. Calero, 29.2. Guadong Sun, Lady Chin van der Merven Z, 29.9 in second. Steps in the rein back, and it was good immobility in the halt. The test actually specifies 3 to 4 seconds for immobility, and then going into this extended walk, it's actually a coefficient of 2. First of the Polish team riders, Jan Kaminski, yard 36.2. This is looking a really nice test, lovely change. Quite brave in that medium canter actually, and the horse came back to him beautifully. Quickly into that half pass to the right. You only get half a 20-metre circle, so you do have to make an impression quite quickly. How's the second of these changes? Nice. Uphill. Clean and correct. So, Pavel Voskowski and Lucinda Eksani are going to be the best of the Polish riders so far. They come down the centre line to complete, going to be pretty close to 31 in the first phase. We'll confirm their score when it comes through, but that is a very, very good score for the Polish team. So 2 riders for them completing their tests, and Pavel will go into a podium position individually as well. Leah Siegel, DSP Fighting Line look like they'll be pushed down into fourth, beg your pardon, and Pavel will move into third on the podium. So, 4 combinations have gone in the team rotation of riders, and we will welcome the first of our riders from Sweden in just a second.
Very exciting competition. Poland, of course, winners of the Nations Cup 2 years ago. Can they regain that crown when it looks good there from the score from Lucinda Eksani?
You can see just how beautiful that flying change was. And actually, the judges agreeing with 7s across the board for both flying changes, and 8 for their final halt, immobility and salute from Katarina Konoska at B. As next to come forward, the first of our Swedish riders. So Sweden just fielding a team of 3, and it is Stina Arosinius and Lorelei L. Lorelei L comes forward alongside teammates Clara Leiden Kirley and Nicholas Limbach a little bit later on. Nicholas, we've already seen actually on his individual ride. So now we turn our attentions to their Nations Cup team, led by Fred Bergendorf, their chef de keep. Fred, who's been in charge of the Swedish team for a few years now. Great character, based over in the UK. You can see him just there in the shirt, I think, with the sunglasses on, watching on. Stina, just 26 years of age. Lorelei L, 15 years of age, by Lankado, owned by Nias Guard HB. Sixth in Strzegom here in the 4-star short last year. Actually been 7th in Sopot in the 4-star long previously as well. So they've had some very good results. Things didn't quite go to plan for them in Semur this spring, but other than that, pretty solid record. Rode here in the Nations Cup a couple of years ago. In 2022, when Poland were on top of the Nations Cup podium, made her Nations Cup debut. Sweden finished in 5th on that occasion. You want in that rein back, you want the rhythm and the sequence of the rein back to remain correct alongside the frame. I'd say the frame actually just lost a little bit in the rein back in particular there. Don't want the horse to drop the pole. Of trot steps just into the canter. Really bright expression on this horse's face. Not always making Stina's life that straightforward, actually, just having a little look round at everything that's going on at times. A bit stiff in the half pass. Gets the change. Second change not quite as good as the first. So big bats for the first of our Swedish riders. Lorelei L completes with Stina Arasenius. 37.4 trending at the end of their test. Just still a couple of marks to come in. So we'll wait for confirmation of that. But actually Pavel Vorskovsky, Lucinda Exani, 31.0, the provisional score for Pavel. Sees him go into third. Do check the official scores. Of course, livejumping.com is where they're all posted, but we will give you the provisional scores as they come in. And that is Fred Bergendorf, just in the blue shirt and the shorts. Chef to keep for the Swedish team. Big few weeks coming up for him. He just debriefs with his rider. Actually, the Swedish team secured Olympic qualification in Protoni, which meant that the pressure was really off for them last season. They spent a good amount of the season giving young riders the opportunities in Nations Cup legs. As next to come forwards will be the next of our German combinations, Mariona Seibel and Chiquita.
So next in for Team Germany, for Team Germany, Chiquita coming in for Mariona Seibel.
Chiquita,
this 12-year Polish bred mare, very great horse is coming out from Poland.
Horse that actually was Polish bred and actually comes forward here having been top 20 in Marbach in that really competitive 4-star short a little bit earlier on this year. Things didn't quite go to plan cross-country in Babarusco in the 4-star long format where they stepped up there, but actually have had some good results, including 5th here in Strzegom in the 4-star long last year. Jumped a super double clear and actually pretty experienced at the 4-star level now. This horse 12 years of age, Polish bred, as we've said, by Van Dam, owned by Andreas Bormann, Andreas Dubowski, Suzanne Nazimi Hosseini, Francesca Slutermine van Langersweid, Cornelia von Blow, and Ulrika von Borstel-Seibel. The first of the German team members. Mighty Spring FRH 39.1. Lovely positioning in that left half pass. Frame fairly consistent there, dropped the pole at times, but actually nicely into the extended walk, really taking the contact forwards. Trending at the moment around 34.2, which would be good enough to see them go into the top 10. Back up for that canter transition. Slight resistance from the horse just before going into this medium canter. You've got to really keep the balance there because it's very easy to pick up. And actually you just see there, unfortunately, changing the lead, which means just got to come back to trot and reset for this half pass. But you can almost see the horse just lose the balance, and quite often that's where the change of lead comes in, when they lose the balance. Clean flying change, just dived through it slightly. actually, second of those changes was clean. Coming up the final centre line, Iona Seibel and Chiquita for Germany. The second of our German riders have completed their test. And so we'll be able to update you with the start of the team scores in just a second. And actually, we'll see them go on a score of around 38.3, still waiting for that to be confirmed, but 38.3 alongside their first team rider, 39.1 for Germany. A score that was just confirmed for Stina Aristinius for Sweden. Lorelei L, 37.2, sees her just outside the top 10 individually at the moment. So, we have the first of our Australian riders next to come forwards. And it is Grace Kay. Grace rides at Bluefield Cello. Grace, who actually does a lot of pure dressage as well. Being based out in Australia. But more recently been over in Europe. And Bluefields for cello is a horse that actually picking for the first completion at 4-star level, just outside the top 10 and 3-star long here a couple of years ago. It would be the show jumping that quite often this combination find the most challenging, but we don't have to concentrate on the show jumping until Sunday, so let's focus at the task in hand. They've been as low as 29.4 in a 3-star test recently in Vesterstedt, and 31.4 in Sopot in the 4-star short a few weeks ago. So capable of producing a very nice first phase score. This target 29.2, Felix Vogue and Calero. Such a compact little horse. He's doing a very good job of presenting that picture to the judges. Australia, of course, only 3 riders in their team. They've got 2 of the arguably their most experienced riders in the whole country to come, Andrew Hoyt and Kevin McNabb, both of whom vying for a spot on the Australian team at the Olympic Games. Slight stumble there into the halt, which was a real shame because actually then it turned into a very beautiful halt. Up that canter transition. trending around 32.3 at the moment, this combination. Grace going round this flying change. Really nicely done. Very well presented test, this. Grace, who you can tell she is well used to riding a lot of very pure dressage. Doesn't give anything away. And Bluefield's Ficello comes into that final halt. Unfortunately, just a little bit crooked in that final halt. Just lost some self-carriage. But that'll be a score of around 32.9 she's trending at the moment.
Very good start for Team Australia. With two very good scores, 36.2 and 30.9.
So waiting for that to be confirmed. She's going to go inside the top 6 though, and that is going to be a really good starting score for Australia. Grace Kay, Bluefield's Ficello, especially considering that two really strong Australian combinations still to come in Andrew Hoy and Kevin McNabb, both of whom riding their partners from the Olympic Games in Tokyo, who helped the Australian team to a team silver there, alongside Shane Rose and Virgil, and bidding, of course, for Olympic selection. So, the individual score to beat, 29.2, Felix Vogue and Calero. So just one more rider to go in the second rotation of team riders. Sebastian and Casanova de Fraté will be the last to go for the French team. Bluefield's Ficello and Grace Kay, provisional score for them, 32.8, go into 6th on the leaderboard. So at the moment, Felix Vogue leads from Hwadong Sun, Paweł Woszkowski and Lucinda X Ani, the best of the Polish combinations. Leah Siegel for Austria in 4th, Peter Flarup, Fascination in 5th. So they are the top 5, as I say. Next, we turn our attentions to France, and the next of our French riders will be Sebastian Atz and Casanova de Fraté.
We're going to see very soon. Casanova de Fraté, owned by Sebastian and bred by Stephanie Roland, with 11th Commodore 3-star short last year. A good run looking the Air 4-star short as well. Having the first international start of 2024. And the third start
Casanova de Fraté, top 25 at Lignières in the 4-star short there at the end of last year. Also been top 15 in Lignières back in 2021. Actually, a combination who missed the 2022 season.
Team France always dangerous in an Olympic year, especially its last 2 or 3 Olympics coming in under the radar a little perhaps, and next thing pouncing and bringing home medals. Always a very strong team for Team
France. Of course, had some brilliant results in Marbach in the 4-star short, a hugely competitive class there a few weeks ago. Had some nice results as well in Le Moulin in the 4-star, the Mesmer Trophy, the German National Championship class, just last weekend. So Casanova de Fraté and Sebastian Atz next to come forward. Combination scored 37.2 in the first phase last time out in Lignières. That was the back end of last year. There's a 12-year-old, Celle Francais by Oscar de Fontaine, owned by Sebastian himself. First of the French riders, putting in a very strong first phase score of 38.1. And just losing a little bit of balance there on that turn back, away from the long side into the Holtz, which isn't quite immobile, and actually never really quite became immobile. A little bit above the contact into the rein back. It's extended walk, remember, worth double the marks, coefficient of 2. As are the flying changes in this test. It's the D test. It's a brand new test for 2024. Has been pulled together by a number of top-class judges, led by the New Zealand judge Andrew Benny, who has worked on new international tests with the FEI over the last few years. And there's a lot of input that goes into a new test. Not only is it created by judges and members who are unbelievably experienced, but also they'll get feedback from the riders and officials as well as part of the process. Has a tendency to come above the bit slightly, just resisting that contact on occasion. Come up the final centre line. There's still been a solid test from this duo for France. It should go sub 40. And salute to our ground jury. So Sebastian Atz and Casanova de Flatte have completed their test. The French team led here this weekend by Jean-Pierre Blanco, and still 2 horses to come, Varane Nico and Baran Zate, and Camille Lenné and Avalon. So where are we in the individual standings? Well, Felix Vogue, Calero 29.2, the ones to beat. Huadong Sun, Lady Chin, Van der Merven Z 29.9 in second, Pavel Voskowski and Lucinda X Annie, the best of the Polish team, in third. In terms of the team competition, it is actually going to be decided a little bit more clearly after the next rotation of team riders, because a couple of the nations, Sweden and Australia, only having 3 riders in their team, only have 1 score on the board so far. And we're actually about to head into the 3rd rotation of team riders now. And actually, for Poland, Jan Kaminski and Jar 36.2 for them. And then Lucinda X Annie, a brilliant score of 30.9 for Pavel Voskowski. Sees them with a 2-phase score of 67.1, with a 2-rider score, I should say, of 67.1. Of course, still a long way to go, and they've got 2 riders. The first of those is about to come forward now, Robert Pavala and Tosca del Castagno. Already seen Robert with Rara del Castagno, scored 35.0, sits inside the top 10. Now his ride in the Nations Cup. So, Robert Pavala next to come forward for the Polish team, and this is going to give us a good indication as to where their score might sit. Tosca del Castagno is one of those 2 Del Castagno horses that he campaigns. I think there's a few of them as well, very much back in the breeding. And actually,
zawodnik w miarę
Bred
miesiącu zajął
in
miejsce
Italy.
10. w konkursie czterogwiazdkowym w faworówce.
This horse owned by Robert himself now. 13 years of age. Rara del Castagno. That was the horse that he rode a little bit earlier on. Tosca del Castagno is an 11-year-old mare. Top 10 in Babrithco in the 4-star shorts a little bit earlier on in May. And actually 12th in Strzegom here at the 4-star short back in April. Finished 10th in Montelibretti in the Nations Cup there, actually. Jumped a super double clear round. And pretty certain that would have been as part of the Polish team on that occasion. In fact, riding as an individual, Poland didn't field a team in Montelibretti. So finished top 10 individually. And that's how it works with the Nations Cup classes. So it's you would have your normal individual rankings for both individual and team riders within the same class. And then the team riders, their score makes up the team scores as required. Just losing a little bit of balance again. Quite square behind, but did show good immobility. Just dropping the pole slightly in the rein back. Calm and relaxed coming into this canter transition, and picks up the direct canter transition very well. First two Polish riders, 36.2 for Jan Kaminski and Żarz, 30.9 for Paweł Woszkowski, Lucinda Exani. So a competitive score here certainly puts the Polish team in a really, really strong position. And actually trending at the moment 35.2. Unfortunately, expensive first change, a 4 and a 6, or a second change I should say. A little bit wide behind in the final halt, but end of their test safely concluded. And actually it's going to be a pretty competitive score. It's just a shame that final flying change would have brought the score down, because trending at the moment was around 35.8. Now if he stays there, then this will definitely be a counting score for the Polish team. But still a couple of marks left to come in. It's going to be very, very close with his teammate Jan Kaminski and Żarz. And they still have Malgorzata Kurycka and Valencia left to go as the last of the Polish team, who will be coming forward halfway through the final session. So we'll just see if we can give you a score for Tosca del Castagno and Robert Pavala. I think those final marks just coming through. And 35.7 is the provisional score for them, which means it will be a counting score. And it means that the Polish team will go forward to the cross-country on a score
Przypomnę,
of
że w polskiej ekipie pojedzie jeszcze jedna Amazonka, będzie to
102.3 or better. So Jan Kaminski 36.2, the score that they would like to drop, and they still have, as I say, Margaret Kurycka left to come forwards. So a short break now. We will be back with the final session of dressage, which includes a whole host of big names. The individual gold and bronze medalists from the Tokyo Olympics, and Yulia Krajewski and Andrew Hoy. We've got Kevin McNabb in there as well. Pia Lua for Germany. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back at 1:10 local time, so that's a little over 15 minutes time. And don't go anywhere. It promises to be a brilliant conclusion to the first phase of the FEI Eventing Nations Cup here in Poland.
Szanowni Państwo, wracamy po przerwie. Przed nami kolejna zawodniczka ze szwedzkiej drużyny. Jest nią Klara Liden-Kirali.
So welcome back after the break for the final session of Dressage here in Strzegom, the FEI Eventing Nations Cup competition in Poland. And Klara Liden-Kirali, Sotomayor, will be the next to get us underway for Sweden. Sweden, 3 riders in their team. So one combination has been Lorelei L. Stina Arasenius. 37.2 is the first score on the board for them. It's also owned by Aya Solna. Actually already putting in some really nice marks, trending 33.4, albeit it is a very early stage of the test. An 11-year-old Swedish bred by Baltimore. Oh, unfortunately just coming above the contact, it is fair to say, in the rein back. Combination actually won the 3-star at Stromsholm last time out. 13th at Sopot in the 4-star short a little bit earlier on this year, and actually completed the 4-star here in Strzegom with a clear round cross country last September as well. A little bit of resistance to the contact in the walk work. And remember that extended walk is a double mark, coefficient of 2, so that will be expensive. Stina Arasenius, Lorelei, 37.2 they scored in the first phase. First of these changes, and just came up against the hand slightly hollowed, but did actually get a clean change. Beautiful uniformed 4 white socks. Just trailing the quarter slightly from what we can see, albeit we get more of a side-on view of the half pass. Short behind in the second of those changes. Felix Vogt Calero on that score of 29.2. But nice square halt to finish. So the second of our Swedish riders have completed their test. Sweden drawn second of the 5 teams here in Strzegom. There was a lot to like from this test, just at times a little bit of unsettled work in the contact. Unfortunately just will have pulled their score down, but there was a lot to like. Trending 38.2, and just have those final scores to come in. So Klara Liden-Kirali will finish her test, and looking to be around 38.2, but we'll confirm that for you once it is updated on the scores. Fred Bergendorf, the chef de keep for the Swedish team here this week. Busy few weeks for the Swedish, of course. Another team yet to name their squad for the Olympic Games in Paris in a few weeks' time. So lots of big names to come forward. As POL and Cascada will be the next to go for the German team. Here, who is exceptionally talented, has had some great results, particularly in the first phase. Always produces a polished test. And actually, of course, that she brings forward Cascada. Will be the rider number 3 for Germany. Pia, who actually had that wonderful partnership with Lua M, broke so many records along the way, but it came up through the German junior young rider ranks and actually had some really, really good results as part of that. He's the individual gold medalist at the Young Rider Europeans in Malmo back in 2012. Took team gold there as well. Took the individual bronze at the Ponies in 2008. Took team gold there too. And it's great to see her with another addition to her string. Cascada, who was 14th in Babrithco in the 4-star shorts a few weeks ago. Won the 2-star in Strzegom at the back end of last year. Top 5 at Ham in Germany, the 4-star last July as well. So some good placings and can produce a very, very good first phase score. Sub 30 on a few occasions at the 3-star level. Hasn't yet translated that form to 4-star, but could today be the day. POL and Cascada, this 11-year-old mare for Germany. First 2 German team riders have scored 38.9. Heike Janka, Mighty Spring FRH, and Mayona Seibel Chiquita 38.1. They still have the Olympic champion left to go as their number 4 in Yulia Krajewski. Just see this horse quite hot. It's warm in Strzegom today, around 30 degrees. There is a little bit of cloud around, also a lot of sunshine. Really easy through the lateral movements there. Oh, just a little spook in the corner. It's quite a sharp course, quite bright, quite hot, but you can see beautifully produced. Trending 33.7 at the moment. Lots of lovely immobility. Doesn't look to be the straightest rein back, but actually it's quite forgiving where it's positioned in the arena, because certainly the judge at C, in this case Seppo Lane, gets a kind of a side-on view, so wouldn't necessarily appreciate how straight it might be. Our view here is much more like that of Katarina Konowska, who's the judge at B. Couple of trot steps. Horse just very keen to get into the canter work. Losing a little bit of rhythm and impulsion in the half pass over to the left. But gets the change. Quickened through it slightly. cool little mare this is. And unfortunately just lacked the impulsion, and I think it's like miscommunication perhaps, but unfortunately it meant the change came up through trot, so that's going to be really expensive because in theory it didn't actually show the flying change. And sometimes with a horse that's a little bit hot, it's quite difficult because you need to put the leg on them, but you're also, you know that there's that bit of tension bubbling away under the surface. But actually, still lots to like from this test. Just unfortunately that late mistake is going to prove quite expensive for them. Trending 38.4 at the moment. But you can see all of the ingredients here with this mare to produce a really lovely test in the first phase. Just didn't quite all come together today. So next to go will be a combination to really keep an eye on, because it is Andrew Hoy for Australia with Vasily de Lassos, the horse on whom he took the individual bronze medal in Tokyo 3 years ago. Andrew, who needs very little introduction. He's been to a lot of Olympic Games. I think this is going to be potentially Olympic Games number 8 for Australia. He actually went to his first games, I'm going to say back in 1984. It would have been Los Angeles. Had that wonderful partnership with Davey. And then, of course, he was part of the Australian team that won 3 team golds in 92, 96 and 2000. Their home games in Sydney, where he also took an individual silver medal. Just Vasily de Lassos getting a little bit hot on the outside of the arena here. He secured his long format qualification at Marbach in May. The horse had a bit of time off at the second half of last year, picked up an injury at Mill Street in the Olympic qualification competition there, where Australia secured their Olympic ticket, but has been back this season. Went very well to win at Marbach. His first international win, would you believe it, actually. A horse that we're so used to seeing at the very top level of the sport. First international victory. And actually, he did a super job there, 30.6 in the first phase. Also went well here in Strzegom in the 4-star short, so has picked up one of his 4-star short qualification runs. Needs another, because went to Avanches a few weeks ago in the Nations Cup. Things not going to plan cross country. So this is a big weekend, because the individual bronze medalists from Tokyo, as we've said, currently would have been massively in the mix for Australian selection, surely for Paris, but at the moment just needs to tick that qualification box this weekend. Andrew, an absolute master of producing this horse for the very biggest of days. Trains on the first flat phase in the flat with Christoph Hess. And Vasily would be a real jumping machine. He's had an extraordinary run of results in his career, whereby he's added very little in the jumping phases. I think from some 36 runs internationally, he's actually only ever had about 3 rails down. square behind, but Andrew really showing immobility. He knows only too well just how well you've got to know your test. 3 to 4 seconds, the test says, immobility in the halts. Andrew holding that halt for that, at least. It just goes to show, actually, you know, Andrew, such a horseman. The horse looked a little bit hot on the outside of the arena, but he comes into the arena. And Andrew doing a brilliant job in holding it together. Brave in that medium. 30.9 is his trending score at the moment. That's good enough to go into an individual podium position if he can keep that up. It would be great for the Australian team here as well in the Nations Cup, just fielding the 3 riders. Kevin McNabb still to come for them. Gets that change. You could tell the horse was just anticipating it slightly, but Andrew just said, wait, hang on a second. And it came up nicely for him on the 8s. Second change wasn't quite as good as the first. Comes up the final centre line. Andrew Hoy and Vasily de Lassos looking well up for the task in hand over the coming days. Of course, we'll have all of the cross country live for you on FEI.tv tomorrow. And then on Sunday, the final show jumping phase. But Vasily de Lassos and Andrew Hoy completing their first phase here. And as we've said, tomorrow really the key focus for them, and Sunday, of course, trending 32.3, but still with a couple of scores to come in towards the end of his test sheet. And actually seeing those come in now, 4s for that final flying change. But other than that, an unbelievably consistent test. Stuck really between the odd 6.5, the majority of 7s with 7 5s and an 8 thrown in as well. So very, very consistent, and should go into around 4th on 31.6. Waiting for that to be confirmed. But Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos putting the Australian Nations Cup team in a great position here. Andrew and his wife Steffi, 2 young children in their family as well, based in Leicestershire in England. Andrew, he's actually been based over in the UK for a good number of years, since the very early days of his career really. Andrew, just to put context onto the huge number of accolades. He's been to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Olympic Games, so he is bidding for 9 Olympics. Quite extraordinary. Both Atlanta and Sydney he rode in both the team and as an individual, and in those days you took 2 horses. Goodness me, there'd be plenty of people that would love to be doing that in Paris this year. 4 World Equestrian Games and 3 World Championships as well, so 7 in total. Just the most extraordinary campaigner for the Australian team. So, Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos, 31.6 their score is provisional, but that's where we see them at the moment, and it's going to be a very good score for the Australian team as well. Now the last of the rotation of rider number 3 for the teams, and it is Veronico and Barandate. This is a 13-year-old for France. France, as we've said, really strong strength and depth at the moment. And great to see them with a Nations Cup team here. They only actually had a Nations Cup team in Montelibresi earlier on this year. I think they'd planned to take one to Chatsworth, but of course Chatsworth, unfortunately, the great British weather put paid to that plan. Baron de Tay actually won the 3-star long format in Marsbergen last year. Was the horse that finished top 15 for individually at the Young Rider Europeans in Montelibresi in September as well. A frustrating 3 rails on the final day, causing them to drop down out of the top placings. But a 4-star debut with the rider. This is a horse that was actually campaigned up to 4-star level by Mathieu Lemoine. Mathieu, of course, who was part of that French team who won gold in Rio de Janeiro 2016, had that wonderful partnership with Bartel. Around for this halt. And just step back behind, which was a real shame actually, because it was a lovely halt. Tiny bit of tension just creeping in actually. Varane just picks up the canter transition a little bit early, perhaps just playing a little bit safe to protect the score. Might lose a mark, but actually better than the 2 or 3 you might lose if you break. So sometimes you've got to play the game, haven't you? Very keen across, and actually the change didn't happen for her, unfortunately. Ran through the bridle and ran out of space. So that's going to be a very costly mark. And played a little bit safe in the medium canter. Back on track for the canter half pass. And again, unfortunately, the change didn't happen, just dropped back to trot. Almost the opposite of what happened last time, where he ran through the bridle, just dropped off the leg completely. And unfortunately, neither flying change will have come off. So it'd be interesting to see how the judges do mark that, because essentially neither movement happened. And they've given ones across the board for both. So really frustrating, especially as those have a coefficient of 2. But perhaps just not where they are in the training at the moment. And it's so much easier to get a flying change out in the warm-up or at home, but actually under test conditions, under pressure, they just become that much more difficult. And so lots to like from this test, but unfortunately the changes just letting them down ultimately today. So we'll be around 30th position on the leaderboard, be about 47.4, just waiting for that score to be confirmed. The French will be hoping that'll be a score that they don't count in their team score at the moment. They've still got Camille Leni and Avalon left to go. As next to come forwards, it is the last of the Polish riders. So we're into the final rotation. So team rider number 4 for each of the nations will be able to get you up to date on the scores. So 102.5 for Poland. Next to go will be the last of our Swedish riders, Niklas Lindback, Focus Filiokas will be coming forward. But let's just remind ourselves of how the overall standings are shaping up. Felix Vogt, Calero, Switzerland, 29.2, out in front ahead of Hua Dong-sung and Lady Chin van der Merven Z on 29.9. Pavel Woskowski, Lucinda X and E4, the best of the Polish riders in third, 30.9. Andrew Hoy, Vasily de Lassos have moved into equal fourth, 32.1, alongside Leah Siegel and DSP Fighting Line for Austria. So now we turn our attentions to Niklas Lindback. Niklas, who we've already seen on one occasion this morning because he had a ride as an individual as well. Comes forward though now with his long-term top-level campaigner, Focus Filiokas, a horse that actually was his ride at the World Championships in Bretoni back in 2022. Unfortunately, things didn't go to plan cross-country for them there, but they've also been top 30 clear cross-country at the European Championships in Le Moulin. They went to the World Games in Tryon in 2018 as well. So the Europeans in Strzegom here, actually, they finished 14th. Unbelievably experienced. He's 17 years of age now, Focus Filiokas. A Swedish bred by Feliciano, owned by Ton Albertson, and has been a wonderful partner for Niklas over the years. Niklas, of course, who himself rode at the Olympic Games in London, had, as we said earlier, that wonderful partnership with Mr. Pooh. Also, he also rode at the World Games in Kentucky back in 2010. Not quite square behind, just step back in the halt. Nicholas brave in that extended trot. Sweden on a score of 37.2 and 38.0 from their first two riders, and they're only fielding a team of 3, so they have to count this score regardless. But Focus Filiokas very capable of putting in a good first phase score. Sub 30 in Bretoni, actually scored 29.0 there. A nice square halt, just dropped behind the vertical slightly. Looked to be a straighter rein back than some that we've seen this morning. The horse back to the collected walk, and actually the horse really lets him pick up the rein there. Lots of horses, you have to ride them very strategically, but actually Focus Filiokas really was focused. Good job. Really nice change. Very easy, straight, The rhythm remained unchanged. The length of stride of the horse in the canter remained unchanged as well. Again, a really nice change. This is going to be a smart score for the Swedish team. Just needs to be a little bit more uphill with the nose slightly, so nose out just a tiny bit, just dropping behind the vertical at times. But a lovely halt. And Nicholas Lindback, Focus Filiokus, trending 33.8. Just the last few scores to come in. And that will see him go well inside the top 10. That's the case. So, Nicholas Lindback, Focus Filiokus, the last of the Swedish team. Let's give you a score for them in just a second when his score is confirmed. So looking around 33.3 provisionally. And it is 108.5, the provisional total score for Sweden. So that would put them second behind Poland at the moment. But of course, still a little way to go with the final rider for Germany, Australia and France left to come. So, 3 riders left, and the next is the reigning Olympic champion, Julia Krajewski. Julia, who rides Great Twist Dive Z. This horse that she owns alongside Bernd Heiker. Just a 9-year-old, and one that I know Julia really excited about as to the potential for the future. Bit of a changing of the guard with Julia's string. Obviously, Samurai de Toe stopped top-level competition in the build-up to Tokyo, so Armand de Bonneville very much stepped up and took his place, but Armand de Bonneville now retired from competition, and actually really exciting. Just Julia announced this week that actually is expecting her first foal, so can't wait to see what transpires there. But she's got some really nice young horses stepping up the levels, and Great Twist Dive Z comes to the 4-star level for the first time. Actually won the 3-star in Munster a little bit earlier on in 2023, and this year has been 6th in Babarithco and 4th in Munster again in the 3-star, 2nd in Oudcastle in the 2-star as well. Beautifully turned out and presented by Julia's team. Started off trending in the lead. Long way to go, but very good start. 28.5 trending at the moment. The leader, remember, Felix Vogt Calero, 29.2. Anything better than a 38.9 will improve the German team score. Julia, who had a top 10 finish with Nickel in the German National Championships in Le Moulin last week, named on the list of alternates for the German team. Still trending sub 30 just about. The changes are going to be really important here. She's excellent at training the young horses and always produces a very polished performance in the dressage. Lovely change, really nice. .757 from the two judges for that change, and again got 2 marks attached to it, and again a really nice change the other way as well. That's going to really help her score for sure. Again, she just sneaks sub 30. She's trending 29.4 at the moment. She could even challenge the lead of Felix Vogue and Calero, 29.2. It's been a really nice test from Yulia Krajewski, and great twist dive Z. She looks very pleased with that. So he completes his 4-star debut, and it looks like we will see a new leader as well. 28.3 trending, with a few scores still to come in for Yulia Krajewski. And great twist dive Z, one of the future stars in her stable. And it will improve the German team score as well. Watch this space. We'll wait for that final score to be confirmed. Looking at 27.9. 27.98 across the board for the collectives from Harmony of Athlete and Horse from both judges. And as that's a coefficient of 2, that would be really, really valuable as well. 27.9 is the score on which she looks to have completed. So what does that do to the German team? Well, 27.9 to their tally gives them 104.3, so it puts them second behind Poland at the moment. But it means Julia Krajewski is the one to beat individually as well. So Germany head to the top of the individual leaderboard. Felix Vogue goes down into second with Calero, and Hua Dong-sung and Lady Chin van der Merwe will go into third for China. So 2 riders left to come forward, 1 for France and 1 for Australia. Kevin McNabb, Scuderia 1918 Donkadam will be next to come forwards. And actually the German team sitting second behind Poland. Poland's target of 102.5 could well be caught here by the Australian team, because they've only got 3 riders, but they've got a 32.8 and a 31.6 both on the board, so that's 64.4. So Kevin McNabb, if he does putting it very loosely, a 38 or better, then that would see Australia head to the top of the Nations Cup standings. Libby Law there, who travels all over the world, photographing predominantly a lot of the New Zealand team, but also does a lot of work for individual riders and commercial clients as well. The lady behind the lens of some of the brilliant eventing shots that we're so lucky to enjoy. And as is often the case for the riders, you know, they travel from one show to the next. Support staff do as well. Lemoulin last week, hot on the heels this week. It is, of course, Strzegom for this Nations Cup class. So, 2 to go. Kevin McNabb, Australia, Scuderia 1918, Don Kidam, the horse that he brings forward. Kevin McNabb, who was part of the Australian team who took a team silver in Tokyo 3 years ago on this very horse. All to play for here this weekend. So Scuderia 1918 Don Kidam. horse that we've seen lightly campaigned in 2024. He's 16 years of age now. He has been top 10 at PO. Kentucky, beg your pardon, 6th at Kentucky, top 20 at PO at the 5-star. Was 14th individually in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Was part of the Australian team in Protoni at the World Championships as well. Jumped a clear round cross country Montelibretti 4-star long at the end of last year to pick up a qualification result here. It took a very steady run cross country there, and actually has both his 4-star short qualifications in the bag as well. So this weekend about proving form and hopefully catching the eye of the selectors. Bit of a change of plan. Was going to go to Le Moulin last week, but things didn't quite go to plan in the first phase, so he rerouted here. And trending at the moment, 26.9. Australia actually won the individual competition in Mill Street a few weeks ago. Chris Burton, Shadow Man, took the top spot individually there, led from pillar to post. The horse just dropping his pole in that rein back and the halt. Kevin, who's based in England, has been based in England for a good number of years now. Trending 30.3 at this stage. That would see him go into 4th. Sneaking his trending score sub 30 at the moment, 29.8. Just had the 3 scores sub 30 so far. Change was clean, but it did come up a couple of strides early for him. Second change is really nice as well. This is going to be a very, very good score for the Australian team. It's going to make them very tough to beat because Kevin McNabb, Scuderia 1918, a best friend, is about to become our 4th of the day with a sub 30 first phase score, I would think. Trending 29.5. He's not going to do enough to challenge the lead of Julia Krajewski, Great Twist Dive Z, but actually could certainly be in a podium position here, owned by Scuderia 1918 Capital, alongside Emma McNabb, Kevin's wife Emma, who herself has competed up to the 5-star level. Was the first of those changes that just came up a couple of strides early. It wants to be as they cross the centre line, but of course just offered it up, and actually lovely through flying change. 29.1 that score has come through at. So that is going to be very, very good for the Australian team. Let's see what that will do to their total score. That's 29.1, 93.5 for the Australians. So that's going to see them go out in front, and then nobody is going to be able to catch them now. So Australia will lead going into the cross country in the Nations Cup. France on 104.4. Well, let's run through those all for you, actually. So at the moment, it is Australia 93.5. It is Poland 102.5. It is France 104.4. And it is Sweden 108.5. In terms of the French team, they are on a score of 124.4 with one rider still to go. And actually they'd be looking to drop their 47.1 if possible. So anything better than 47 or better from our final rider of the day. We'll see France improve that score. As a reminder of the individual standings, Yulia Kraevsky, Great Twist Dive Z, 27.9 lead the way, but we've just seen Kevin McNabb, Scuderia 1918, Donkadam move into second, 29.1. At 29.2, Felix Vogue Calero rounding out the podium. So now we turn our attentions to the last of our French combinations. Camille Laney and Avalone. This is a 14-year-old by Colin Dell, owned by Lauren Prignitz. Avalone was fourth last time out in Jardy in a 3-star there. Actually stepped up to 4-star back end of last year, completed Lineare, and then has since been at top 15 in Pompadour. That was at the beginning of this season. In some very good company as well. The Nations Cup debut, I think, for Camille. And it's great to see such a wealth of experience with some of the most decorated riders in the world, the likes of Andrew Hoy and Kevin McNabb and the like, but also the young riders coming through and making their mark in the Nations Cup series as well. Just hear some sort of aircraft going over there, and you just wonder whether that just contributed to a little bit of tense work from Avalone just then. Final combination of the day. Not quite square in the Holtz, and that always makes the rein back a little bit more difficult, because you want the rein back, the legs to move as diagonal pairs, and if they've not started in the same place, the first step is never quite as straightforward as it would be if they had started in the same place. Again, just a tiny little bit of anticipation creeping in. Camille just actually corrected the horse there, said, no, we've just got to wait for me a second. And then they picked up a really nice transition. Trending at the moment around 34.9, so still well in touch here. That would see them just outside the top 10 in around 12th or 13th. Unfortunately late behind in that first flying change. better going in this direction. So coming up the final centre line, the last to go in this Nations Cup class here in Strzegom. The final French rider, Camille Laney and Avalone. And brilliant for this young lady to make her Nations Cup debut here in Strzegom this weekend. So we'll wait for her score to come through, but let's remind ourselves of how the very top of the individual standings is shaped up. So Yulia Krajewski, the Olympic champion, leads with Great Twist Dive Z on the horse's debut at the level, 27.9, ahead of Kevin McNabb, Scuderia 19.18, Don Quidam 29.1, Felix Volcalero in third, 29.2. The only other sub-30 score coming via China's Huadong Sun, Lady Chin Vantermerven on 29.9. Pavel Boszkowski and Lucinda X Annie 4 rounding out the top 5, 30.9. So they are the top 5 individually. But in terms of the team standings, we'll just wait for this score to be confirmed at, I think it's going to be 37.0 for Avalone, which will just be a total score for the French team of 114.3. But that means that actually after dressage, it is Australia who lead the way. Their 3 team riders delivering a total score of 93.5. No drop score for them though, remember, in the cross-country phase tomorrow. 93.5 for Australia sees them out in front ahead of Poland. 102.5 in the silver medal position. And actually all 4 counting scores you could have counted and they would have still held that position. Then you have the German team on 104.4, led by that leading individual test of Yulia Krajewski, Great Twist Dive Z. 104.4 for them sees them in the team bronze. 108.5 for Sweden sees them in 4th. And rounding out the top 5 teams, 114.3, the provisional score for France. Don't forget that all of the scores that we give you, they are provisional, so we will confirm those tomorrow once they have all been verified via the online results system. But what a brilliant day of dressage here in Strzegom. The weather has been roasting, but so has the competition. We're looking forward to seeing how the competition plays out over the next couple of days. And Marcin Konowski's cross-country course tomorrow is the next challenge. 1:20 local time, that is Central European time. The first horse will be heading out on course. We do hope that you can join us then. Can Yulia Krajewski hold on to the top spot? And can Australia capitalise on their 3 very good dressage scores? Join us tomorrow to find out. Thanks for watching.
Konkursu 4 krótkich gwiazdek. Szanowni Państwo, teraz chwila przerwy na głównej arenie. Przed nami jeszcze jedna próba ujeżdżenia. O godzinie 14:50 rozpoczynamy konkurs 3 krótkich gwiazdek dla młodych jeźdźców. I co ważne, w ramach tego konkursu rozgrywane są też Mistrzostwa Polski tej kategorii wiekowej. Ten konkurs o godzinie 14:50.
Team standing going into cross country tomorrow is like for us. It is for 94 Team Australia pretty high. And Roy and basically and Roy and Kevin McNabb, Poland on a 102.4.5 for Jan Kaminski, Pavel Warszawski, Robert Pavala, and Marko Zaja-Korytska. Germany on a 104.4. Yes, the Yankee MJ Zibel, Luber, and then X leading test from Phoenix Reyeski on 27.9.
I understand a couple of interviews coming your way very shortly in just a couple of minutes' time. So do stay with us if you'd like to hear the thoughts of Andrew Hoy and Yulia Krajewski after their tests so far today. Yulia, of course, leads Great Twist Dive Z, 27.9 the score on that horse's debut at the level. He's always been very impressive coming up.
Strzegom always attracts the best horses, the best riders to the Nations Cup. Great to have you here. Andrew Hoy, Vasily Delassos just came out of the arena there after a very, very good test, just over the 30 mark. But Vasily Delassos has been so much part of your life, Andrew. Yes, Tokyo again, bronze individual, silver team. What's it like having a horse that good at the Olympics?
I say it's a privilege to ride Vasily. He's a very, very special horse. we've got a wonderful partnership, and for all the time we're always working for improvement. But when it comes to running cross country and in the show jumping, he's just as if he's on rails, and we've just got this wonderful partnership. And I think this is the key to my success with Vasily Delasos, is that we have a partnership and we work together. I respect him, he respects me.
In life, we have so many communications with our friends, our people, our family, and with our horses. What sort of character is Vasily Delasos?
He's, I would say, a very dynamic, a very intelligent horse, explosive in a good way, and I think the key thing for me is to respect Vasily, respect any horse that I'm sitting on, and I just have enormous respect for him. I never expect.
He is a high achiever for me, just like his jockey, just like his rider. 8-time Olympian. I mean, what a wonderful, wonderful career you are still having.
Yeah, look, it's it's one of these sports that you can continue. It's important that I stay healthy. If I've got a healthy horse and I'm healthy, we can both train together.
Andrew, have a great cross-country tomorrow. Can't wait for him. And Vasily Delasos, Andrew Hoy, and the very, very best here from Strzegom.
Thank you.
Privilege and pleasure to have our Olympic champion, our reigning Olympic champion, yes, gold medal winner individual at Tokyo Olympics, Amanda Neville first. What a great score, what a great achievement. And tell us about Amanda Neville. Is she in fold?
Yeah, I just last week received the news that she's for now safely pregnant, which I shared on social media, and that got lots of response, probably more than if I would have declared my own pregnancy. So yes, she is. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, fabulous. And you know, what a high performance mare, and to bring you to the very top of the world. I mean, to look at it from the very top, you cannot get any higher than Olympic gold.
No, probably not. But it's I think it's a process to learn. Once you're at the top, you have to understand that you probably can't win all the time. So you have to really enjoy the good times, but don't lose yourself in trying to win all the time every weekend, because usually you can't. So I'm quite happy with myself. I like the horses I have, and I know that also if I don't become Olympic champion again, I will lead a happy life.
Julia, you've just come out of the ring with a very smart first time out at the level, 4-star horse, great Twister Eve. I mean, what a test, a 27 on provisional score. I mean, that is a remarkable first test for a 4-star.
Yeah, I'm very happy. He can be a little bit reluctant sometimes, but he felt really comfortable in there. Also, I think I didn't do any major mistakes. So, yeah, I think I pleased the judges and then also myself, obviously.
And what is his attitude to experience in the international arena here at Strzegom? A lot of atmosphere in there for a young horse.
Yeah, it's quite an open arena. There's a little bit of atmosphere. I've been to Baburovko with Great Twist last. That was similar. I think that was a good exercise for him.
Fantastic. And already a winner, a 3-star winner. So on the upward trajectory all the way. What is next for him? Where do you plan to go next?
Well, I hope he's doing cross-country well tomorrow. He's a very honest, reliable horse, but it's his first time on that level, so I hope he's stepping up the game. He's a good galloper. He's actually a very good jumper, so my aim would be to do a 4-star long at the end of the year with him. He's 9 years old, so it could be a good age for him, but I don't want to pressure him too much, because he has grown probably about 10 centimeters since I got him as a 4 years old. He was very sweet and pocket size when I got him, and now he's massive.
And they take time as they are growing, obviously. Julia, it's such a privilege to have you here, Olympic champion. I know just for a short while more, but we have enjoyed you as Olympic champion. You are a perfect horse producer, and we know always the horses go so sweetly for you.
Thank you.
You are a remarkable horsewoman. Well done, Julia Krajewski, reigning Olympic champion.
Thank you very much.